concept used in almost every real-world project. Middleware lets you write code that runs before the request reaches your route. After the response is sent back, middleware basically is working as a bridge to reach out your route. Whenever the request reaches your route, this will go through middleware, and whenever the response will go back to the user which hit this request, that time after the response is sent back, the middleware that time will also run on request before reaching the route, and after the response it's sent back to the user. On both cases the middleware will use. So it is very important concept when we apply the APIs and we apply the middlewares to secure our middlewares. So in this class you will learn how to add logging, track API performance, block or allow requests based on tokens, and like always code is explained line by line. You get an interview and scenario question and a assignment task to practice. Let's begin. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. So I open my VS Code and here I am going to create the today class 15 class underscore 15.py. So let's first understand what is middleware. Middleware is a special function that runs before and after each request, and middleware is useful for logging, authentication, performance tracking. You don't need to add it to every route, it applies globally. So what is middleware? Middleware is a special function that runs before and after each request, useful for logging, authentication, performance tracking, and you don't need to add it to every route, it applies globally. Let me write the definition and feature of middleware. So middleware is a special function that runs before and after each request, useful for logging, authentication, performance tracking. You don't need to add it to every route. So let me create a simple example to understand you what I am saying. From FastAPI, import FastAPI and then request. Import time, create an app instance from FastAPI. After that, I am going to use the decorator add dot middleware http async def get log underscore request this will be request and for next. After that I am to use colon here. Start time to time before request print incoming request, and I'm going to use the Python string here, and I want to show the request dot method as well as the request dot URL. After this, response await call underscore next request, and here after response duration equal to time dot time print f completed in duration colon 2f. Let me first complete my code, then I will understand you each and every line of my code, what I did till now. Don't take attention, just focus on code, what I am going to write. Seconds, and at the end I am going to return response. After that I am going to use one route, the index def home. For the home or index page, return the dictionary with message colon welcome code with Hafiz channel. Let me zoom out this. So basically this whole code is doing what? Logging request time with middleware. This whole code is doing logging request time with middleware. So from FastAPI I import the FastAPI and request. Import FastAPI to create the app. Why this? I import FastAPI to create my FastAPI app, and then I import the request. Why request? Import request so we can access incoming request details. I import request so we can access incoming request details with the help of this import request. After that I import time. Why time here? I am importing the time module to calculate how long the request took. After that, here on this line I am creating basically an instance of the FastAPI app, and on this line this tells FastAPI I want to run this middleware for every HTTP request. HTTP request have some methods. Let me write here: get, post, put, delete. These are the some popular method of HTTP. So this line basically telling the FastAPI I want to run this middleware for every HTTP request for get, post, put or delete. So on this line here basically I am defining a middleware function with name log underscore request. Inside this function, this request contains all information about the request like method URL. This request will be contains all information about the request like method and URL, which we are on the next lines which we are going to use here. And after that I am passing call underscore next. This is basically used to move the request forward to the actual route. The call underscore next basically used to move the request forward to the actual route. On this line here I want to record the time when the request is received. Record the time, records with received. We will use the calculate how long the full process takes. So after that I just print incoming request. Then I use the f string of Python Here I am basically log what type of request, the method of request.method. This will give us the method which the request is using, as well as and which URL was hit. Let's say the method is get and the URL will be like this. This is the example on this line. So this line will print incoming request, the method request.method. Maybe it can be put, post, or delete, or get, and the request.url, what type of URL, request.url. This will print the request, and this will request.method will return the method of which what type of request is coming. After that, here on this line, pass the request to the route. Here we are passing the incoming request call underscore next. The call underscore next is defined. This line is basically waits for the response to come back. This will call underscore next, pass the request to this route which I create here. After that, this line waits for the response to come back. After response, here I am basically calculating the total time it took from start to response, and on the next line here basically I am printing how long the request took. Maybe it will take 0.03 seconds or 0.05 seconds, and maybe X, and at the end I am going to return the response. Finally return the response back to the client. On this line here, when you visit this route runs, the middleware still runs before and after this function. Let's understand step by step. First step, client visits this URL. On step 2, middleware logs. Let me quickly write all the steps. So step process for this: whenever the client visits this, middleware logs the start time and the URL. Request go to the home on this. Request go to the home function in this function. Response is returned. Response is returned from home function. Middleware logs the time taken, and after that final response is sent to the client. So this is all the steps by step which request will flow. Before reaching the route, the middleware trigger, the middleware function log underscore request will be triggered, and when the response go back, that time also this log underscore request will be triggered. This middleware will be triggered. I hope this will make sense for you. Now it's time to check our code. I open my terminal in VS Code. Here I am going to run con class 15 app reload. So this is class underscore 15 of this class. The FastAPI name for this class is class underscore 15.py. This is basically our FastAPI app name. This is just for to understand each and every class concepts separately. That's why I use the class underscore 15. So basically this is the class underscore 15. That's why I take this name for my app name. And our app is running on this address and the port is 8000. And you see, when I visit this IP address and route in the port of our FastAPI, I am getting welcome to code with Hafiz channel. And if I show you the terminal, incoming request, the method is get and the URL is this one, completed in 0.0 seconds. This is coming from here. Incoming request.method is get, and HTTP here request.url, the URL is this, and after that complete in 0.0 seconds. This will come here, complete in duration seconds. And if you want to check this in your Swagger documentation which FastAPI provide us, you will visit this docs after 8000 port, and here I am getting my route app. Try it out, click on this, and you see the method is get, and if I execute this, you will see welcome to the code with Hafiz channel. Here you see I'm getting the status code of our request is 200 in the response and completed in 0.0 seconds. This whole process. Let me execute one more time. Here you will see completed in 0.00 seconds, and here on this line you see duration colon dot to f. Basically here I am applying the indexing of Python. I want that after decimal point only 2, and this is the part of our f string, formatted string. F string is stand for formatted string in Python, and here you see it is used to control how numbers are displayed. This duration .2f basically controlling how many numbers are displayed, especially decimal places. Basically this duration is holding the float number, and after colon, this colon means start a formatting rule, and after that here this whole part floating point number with 2 decimal places. This part is telling floating point number with 2 decimal places, and if I remove this part and save this, if I execute my request, and you will see completed in 0.00300097 till 7. So this is the beauty, how you will control how many decimal places after. Let me show you 3f. Save this, and if I execute this, you will see I am getting 0.003 seconds, 3 decimal places for the duration. This duration is basically holding a float number, and this is the example of custom middleware, how you will define your own middleware according to your requirement in FastAPI. I hope this will make sense for you. If any doubt you know, please comment it. I am here to clear your doubt. As usual, now it's time for the interview question. What is middleware in FastAPI and why it is useful? So we understand in our today class, middleware is a special function that runs before and after every request in FastAPI. Simple definition, not complex. So middleware is a special function that runs before and after every request in FastAPI. It helps log requests, check authentication globally, and measure performance without repeating code in every route. And one scenario-based question regarding middleware: you want to plug any request that doesn't include a valid API key in headers. What should you use? If you want to plug any request that doesn't use any API key in headers, what should you use? To implement this scenario-based question, I'm going to create a dot middleware http def async def check API key request, then call next token request dot headers dot get x API key. If token not equal to Hafiz, let's say secret, these are the some token you are using. So return what JSON response content equal to error unauthorized and the status code will be status code equal to 403 unauthorized 403 for unauthorized, and then I am going to return if token equal to Hafiz secret, then await for next and request and person investigation. I'm going to cut here from save this, and above here I define my custom middleware. I want to comment this and I want to apply this. We have to import from FastAPI responses import JSON response. After that, everything is okay, the problem solved for the importing. Basically, why we implement this? The goal is to implement this log unauthorized users by checking token. So basically this middleware is going to use to block the unauthorized user by checking their token. If the token is not provided, then block the user, don't reach out to the route. And I import above here JSON response. This is used to return a custom JSON error like error. Here we implement this. This JSON response is basically, this is used to return a custom JSON error like error unauthorized, and here this is a special function that runs before and after every HTTP request, and on this line async def check underscore API underscore key holds detail like headers, method, URL, and inside this I am passing call_next. The call_next used to forward the request to the route. And after that, here on this line reads a custom header called x-api-key. This is just for testing. And on this line, if token is not equal to this token, Hafiz secret or Hafiz token, getting Hafiz token. If the token is missing or incorrect, that time this return an error with status code 403. 403 equal to forbidden. 403 here. For JSON response, this JSON response sends a custom message to the user with this message as well as the status code. If this condition is true, then the code will goes here. If this condition false, then the code will come here. Return. If the token is okay, that time continue. And this line basically forwards the request to the actual code, like in our case the home route. Let me test this in our Scrapper documentation. As you see, when I visit this URL, I am getting error unauthorized. I am getting unauthorized till now. I open my Postman, and here I want to test this route to provide headers. In header, click on header, and I am going to pass the key as well as Hafiz token. Select this. We are passing basically the headers for this to access this route unauthorized. And if I change this to Hafiz token, the value will be Hafiz token. That time I am getting welcome to code with channel. Now I successfully reach this home route with my working token. So in this way you will apply the tokens and you will apply the custom middleware in FastAPI. Let me execute this one more time. Here you see 200 OK. Let me save this and run this. I am getting 403 forbidden, unauthorized, and this 403 forbidden is coming from this JSON response counted unauthorized and the status code is 403. Now, one and important mostly asked FastAPI interview question. In this question will also come in as you go for the backend interviews. How do you secure routes in FastAPI using middleware? So, how do you secure routes in FastAPI using middleware? And we did this example. We understand here in this. We create an middleware. This is the basically a special function that checks the request headers like a token with this key, and the value for, and this middleware will be decide how the user will be block or allow the request using JSON response and call next. So we will secure our routes in FastAPI using middleware. We implement here how we will secure our routes in FastAPI. As usual, at the end of every class, we have the assignment task. Create a FastAPI. This is the assignment. Create a fast API app with this a middleware that checks for a header called X user type. If the value is not admin, return an error message. If the value is admin, allow the request to proceed. Create dashboard route to test it. This is the simple assignment. I hope you will do this very easily. If you face any problem, I am here to solve this problem for you. If you do this, then share and comment. Thanks for watching. Welcome back everyone. This is class 14 of our first API course, and this one is very important for real world clean and scalable projects. You will not just understand how to reuse logic across routes, you will also create professional APIs like top developer do. In today's topics, depends from FastAPI helps you to reuse database connections, share authentication checks, keep your code dry, principle, don't repeat yourself. At the end of this lecture, you will get a full code example, line by line explanation, interview question, and assignment. Let's master this new concept together. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. And you will find this playlist for our first API classes are also here. Here, first API for complete beginner friendly course. This is the whole till now all classes lectures are uploaded here. Check out this. So what is depends in fast API? Depends allow you to inject shared logic like login, dbcheck, etc. Very useful for authentication, validation, and connection. Used like a function that runs automatically before the route logic. And using this, we will follow the dry principle. Don't repeat yourself means don't repeat the code again and again. Let's understand with the help of code from fast API. I am going to import fast API, our app instance for fast API, and let me create a function get underscore token. The data type for token is string and default token colon. If token not equal to, let's say, secret 123, if token not equal to secret 3, raise exception invalid token, and after that just return in else case token. If token not equal to secret 123, then raise this exception invalid token. If token equal to this, then return this. App, I'm going to create one route profile using get method def read profile token string, and it will depends on get underscore token, and we have to import depends from our first API. Depends, let me save the code here. After that, I have to return something when this function will call message token is valid. Let's understand line by line what did till now. From FastAPI, I'm going to import FastAPI and depends, and then I create an instance of our app. After that, I create a function. This function checks the token. If the token is not underscore not equal to secret123, it rise, raises an error. If it's correct, it's return the token. This logic is reusable. You can use it in many routes. So this is the advantage of using dependency. Here in this example, first API first run the get underscore token here. If it fails, and return an error immediately. If it succeeds, this get underscore token. If this succeed, pass the token to the read underscore profile function. This allow you to protect this route with a token check. So here question arises, why we need depends. Depends help us for reusability, write once, use in multiple places, and by doing this separation of concern, your business logic stays clean, and built-in support fast API handles everything automatically. To run this code, I have to run my app for fast API uvcon. Our app name is class 14 app reload. Our app is running on this localhost IP address and the port is 8000. Let me copy this. I open my Postman to test my API, this route. So our route I am using, the method is get, IP address and port is okay for our app, and the route name is profile, okay, and we have to pass the only token. So I am going to change this token, and the token secret 123. Let me add this. Internal server error. I am getting internal server error with 500 status code. Why this? Due to this line rise exception invalid token. If token is not equal to this, I am getting the internal server error, and in terminal I am getting this invalid token. So if the token is not equal to this, that time I will get this. So this is how you will use the depends in fast API to authenticate the user with the help of token. So get token, check token. If the user is related with this token, then show the profile of user. If the token is for that user, show the profile. If not, then don't show this. And if I pass 123 secret 123, send this, save this, send. If you want to test this route in Swagger documentation, then you will visit this docs. Here I find my one route profile. Let me click this, try it out, and if I execute this, you will see internal server error. And here in terminal you will see the exception invalid token. Let me print the token which I am getting here. If I execute again, I am getting default token on this line, and the response is 500 internal server error due to these exceptions. if token is not equal to this, then I want that. And if you want not see internal server error in the response if token not match, that time you will modify your code to resend some response if the token is not matched. Here I'm going to commit this, and if token is not equal to secret, that time I want to return false. And when if token equal to false, return message invalid token. Let me save this, and if I execute this again, yes, I'm getting message invalid token, but the response is 200. Just for show you this, if the token is not, you will also change the response as you wish, but this is just for practice, not. And if I pass again secret 123, and if I execute this, token is valid with response 200. So in this way you will apply the depends in FastAPI. Now it's time for the interview questions. What is depends used for in FastAPI? So we apply the depends in this class. So depends is used to create reusable dependencies in FastAPI. It helps us share logic like authentication, database connection, like validation across multiple routes, making the code cleaner and more maintainable. So depend is used to create reusable dependencies in FastAPI. It helps us share logic like authentication, database connection, and validation. In this case, we are using to authenticate the user. If the user is with valid token, then we will show you the profile of this user with the help of token. So you will with the help of depends, you apply for the authentication, database connection, and validation across multiple routes, making them cleaner and more maintainable code. I hope this will make sense for you. And another question, you want every route in your app to check if the user has a valid API key. What should you do? First of all, your answer is like, I will create a function that checks the API key using depends and include it in every route or globally using middleware. Let me create a code for this question. Def verify key. The key is the data type of string, and by default demo 123. If key not equal to demo 123, raise exception invalid key. Here the colon, and in else part return key. After that I'm going to create one route, app dot get
orders def read orders key string depends on verify key return message. Let's change message to the orders, and here I am going to pass what, not the string, pass the list order 1 and order 2. Save the program. If I refresh this, I am getting the orders route here, read orders. So here demo 123, default value is demo 123. Let's try it on this demo 123, and if I pass demo 1, execute this, I'm getting 500 internal server error. And inside terminal you will see the exception is printing here, invalid key. Exception is invalid key. Why invalid key? We are expecting the demo 123 verify key with demo 123. We are expecting this, and we are passing demo 11. Let me print here what I am passing here. My key, the key. Save the program, execute this one more time, execute this, and you will see I am passing demo 11, and you see here my key here, this line is printing the key demo 11. So what here, if key not equal to demo 123, that time this part of code will be executed, the exception invalid key will be executed, and we are getting 500 error, internal server error due to this. So I hope this will make sense for you. You want every route in your app to check if the user has a valid API key. If you will apply all this, and I just apply on the orders, you will also on create order as well as and so on. So in this way you will apply the API key on your every route. Now it's time for the assignment of today class. Create a FastAPI app with a dependency function check underscore admin that only allows token admin token, a route admin dashboard that uses this check. If token is wrong, raise error. If correct, return access granted to admin dashboard. So this is the simple task. I hope you will do this very easy. If you face any difficulty, I am here to clear your doubts. I am here to solve your problem. Don't forget to subscribe and like, share with your friends. Thanks for watching. The function create user, we return the input user object. As you see, whenever the user will send request to this route, this function will call. When this function will call, when we are returning the input user object, but here the FastAPI only returns name and email to client due to this user out response underscore model user out. Only we will send the user data with just user name and email. I have tested this endpoint UVCon. I have to run my FastAPI app. UVCon class 13 app reload. Our app is running on this IP address and the port is 8000. and when I follow this link I'm getting detail not found. And if I visit these docs, the Swagger documentation is open for me, the FastAPI. So this is the documentation of FastAPI, Swagger documentation, which FastAPI providing us to test our APIs. So we have to pass the username, let's say Ahmad, and user in is required. Let me check my code. Here we have to provide the colon, not save this. Let me refresh this and require the name, password, and email. Try it out. We have to put the name. I'm passing the name Aman and the password. Let's say pass at the rate 123, the strong password with 8 character, and email Ahmad at gmail.com. And let me execute this, and if I see the response, I am getting status 200, means our request is sent to the backend successfully and we are getting 200, and we are getting the response only the name and the email, not the password, and we are providing password but we are not getting in the response password due to security. I hope this will make sense for you, and this is the best practice. Just only send the name or email, don't show the password and things. And the second topic of today's session is field validation using Pydantic. We can also apply rules like price must be greater than 0, email must be a valid email, name must not be too short. So let me apply this in my code, how we will apply the validation. To apply validation, first of all I am going to import from FastAPI the field email from Pydantic, not from FastAPI. I'm going to import here email string. I import the field and email string from Pydantic model. After that I'm going to create another route, app.post, this for the product, and we have to define one response model for the product here. Model for input product, class product in, and I am inherit this from base model. Let me correct the class spelling. Inside this model we want name, string data type, price, float, cost price, float, admin nodes string, and I want some response for this model for output product, class product out base model, name string, and price float. And in my route here I want to return the data on the base of response model which I create for product out. After that def create product, and P product in return P. Save this, and if I refresh this, I'm getting the create product route here as well in Swagger documentation of FastAPI. Let me try this. The product name is smartphone, price is 1500, cost price is 1200, and admin underscore nodes launch after keep hidden. Let me execute this. I'm getting 200 and the response body, the name of the product and the price. So till now we not implement the validation. Now it's time to apply validation on this. For name, I am going to apply the field min underscore length will be min length equal to 3. The product name minimum length will be 3 character, and this field is required. And for price field price should be greater than 0, not the negative. And I am going to add another field, email, for product, and string email string, not the string. Let me save this, and if I refresh this, try it out. Here you see we need name, price, cost price, admin nodes, and email. Email should be like this, not something else. This is the pattern for email. Email should be like this. So let me explain this, what I did here. On name, the default the data type will be name is string, and field min underscore length equal to 3. Name must be at least 3 characters. So this tells the FastAPI automatically check the name should be minimum length will be 3, not less than 3. And after that, for the price float data type and the field, price must be greater than 0, GT means greater than 0, and the email string validates that input is real email, not fake or invalid formats allowed. So let me test this in my Swagger documentation. Name will be, so I update my data. Name is smartphone, price is 1500, cost price is 1200. I am going to change this price to negative, and the name smartphone, and admin nodes is same like the previous one, and the email is email. Let me execute this, and if I check this greater than, for what price, input should be greater than 0, and we are providing negative 1500. So the price should be greater than 0, and value error for the email. Value is not a valid email address, and email address must be have an @ sign. So this is the beauty of FastAPI, how you will validate data for your uh, in upcoming, which data will come from our front end. So let me change this smartphone to the SM, and the price will be 1500, and email at gmail.com. Let me execute this, and if I check the response 1500 name and the price is 1500, name will be SM. And here guys, you note one point, why I am getting 200 response if I provide the name less than 3 character. Let me check my code. Here the min underscore length due to typo, let me save this, misspelling, and if I execute this again and if I see the response, unprocessable entity string too short, I am getting string too short. String should have at least 3 characters. So for the name we define here the minimum length for the name of the product is less than is equal to 3. Minimum length will be 3. So I hope you will clear about how the field validation will work in FastAPI and how the response model is working in FastAPI. So here now it's time for the interview question. What is a response model in FastAPI and why it is important? So we learn what is response model. Response is used to control which fields are returned in an API response. We apply here the response model for the user. A response model is a model used to control which fields are returned in an API response. It improves security. Here in this example, we are hiding the passwords, reduces data overload, and ensures that clients only receive relevant and safe information. I hope this will be clear. And one another question, in an e-commerce API, the admin sends full product data. The admin sends full product data including internal field like in this case cost underscore price admin nodes. But we only want the front end to get name, price, description. We handle this. We define a response model for our product, and here we just pass. We are using the response model for product, and when this route will call from the front end, this function will call and this will return this only p. P means we are using product in. The product in response we will send product out, and we are accepting all the data from the front end, and we just pass the product out, name and price. So that's why I define here two models, one for the input product in with all fields, one for output with public fields, name and price. These are the public field. Then I will use response underscore model will be the product out in the route. This is our route, and we are defining here only send response the product out data. Now it's time for the assignment, the practice task. After learning the form validation and response model in FastAPI, create a FastAPI app with a dependency function check underscore admin that only allows token admin token, a route admin dashboard that uses this check. If token is wrong, raise an error. If correct, return access granted to admin dashboard. So this is the simple task. If you face any difficulty in this assignment, I am here to clear your doubts. I am will be solve your problems. So don't forget to subscribe and like, share with your friends, and don't forget to share this assignment in comment section. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the class 12 of our first API series. In our previous lesson, we learned how to receive single files and handle form data like usernames or passwords. But in real world apps like uploading multiple documents, sending a form with images, we need to handle multiple files and sometimes both form plus file together in one API. Today you will learn how to do that easily in Fast API. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. So handling multiple files and combining form plus file in Fast API, agenda of today's lesson, and the topic 1 for this class is uploading multiple files. Fast API allows uploading multiple files using Python lists. And the second topic of today's class is uploading file plus form data together. Let's say you want to upload a student name along with a PDF certificate. So now it's time for the coding part. And keep in mind, in every class at the end, we are providing a assignment related with current class, as well as we are covering the Fast API mostly asked interview question which comes as a Fast API developer interview. So I hope you will like this. Let's start. So first of all, from Fast API, I am importing Fast API, and after that, file, upload file, from typing import list. After that, I have to create the instance Fast API here, and after that I am going to create one route app with method post. The name is upload underscore multiple, upload multiple def upload underscore multiple, and I am passing files with list, and inside list I am passing upload file and file function I am using here. Return the dictionary files received file dot. First of all, I am going to use for file in files, and then file dot file name. I am using here list comprehension. So first understand what I did till now in my code. From Fast API, I am importing Fast API file and upload. File and upload file allow file handling in Fast API. And then on the next line, from typing import list. Needed to handle multiple files as a list, that's why I am importing the list from typing. And after that I create one route with method post route for multiple files. This route is responsible to upload multiple files, and after that I am going to create here define a function upload underscore multiple and I pass the argument files with list. So here we receives a list of upload files, so multiple files can be sent here. That's why I am using the list. Whenever this function will call upload underscore multiple, this will return this files underscore received, return names of all uploaded files. So to test this, I have to run my app uvcon. Our app name is class 12 app reload. Our app is running on this IP address. Let me save this, and I hope the problem will be solved. The error is gone. So our FastAPI app is running on this IP address by default, and the 8000 is the by default port for FastAPI. So we have to test this route in our Postman. I open here in FastAPI series. I am going to add one request, and here I am going to pass the method post and the IP address and the port of the FastAPI which run on FastAPI app. After that, I have to copy this upload multiple and I have to paste here. And here I am going to select the body inside this form data. I am going to create the keys files, and the data type is file. I am going to select one file here. So here you note I select just one file, so I have to select multiple files. So here I'm going to select these two screenshot. The end of this screenshot is 36 and 42. Let me open this. Two files are selected. Let me run this. Internal server error. Here I am getting some error. Upload file object has no attribute file name. Here the spelling mistake name. File name. Let me save this. If I hit this again, 36 and 42, two files are successfully uploaded. So in this way you will upload multiple files in FastAPI, and the status for this request is 200, means our API is hit and give response with 200 status. Now it's time to uploading file plus form data together. So for that I am going to create another route with post method submit data def submit underscore data name, data type is string, form, resume, upload file equal to file. So I am getting some error for form, so I have to import here form as well from FastAPI. I import this, and here after that colon, I want that when this function will call on this route, I am returning something here. Return the name and resume file resume dot file name. So here, to understand this code, the name, the data type for the name field is string. We are accepting the name from form, and we accept a text field. That's why we define here we are accepting the form data, and this will be for name, and the data type is string. And After that, for resume upload file accepts if file, and after that we combine both, come together from front end. Let's try this. Our server is our app is running, our fast API is running. Save this. So first of all, I have to take care for the key. First one is name. The key is name, and the data type is text for this, and resume. And the type will be file. I am passing the name Ahmad, and I am going to select one PDF file just to understand this. So for that I am going to select one file. The name is Ahmad. Select one file. I select one file. As you see, I select one resume here, and the name is Ahmad, and a PDF file for the resume I select here. So let me hit this. Missing file required. Why this? We are passing the resume here, the key, and we define here. I am getting this error due to call the wrong route. This upload multiple is only accepting the files, and we are providing the name and resume here. So we have to use our own. I'm copying this, submit data. I'm going to paste here, and if I click this send request, save this and call again, and if I hit now, you will see I'm getting some response from my API. Resume file is Ahmad and name is this. So in this way you will handle the form data plus files to upload in single route in FastAPI, and you will use this for job application form in real world, like surname, email and CV when you apply for job application, as well as you will apply this example in student registration. And then for the student registration you will have to provide the username and the roll number and profile picture, as well as the third example of applying this example, admin dashboard in e-commerce websites. So you have to upload multiple documents for review. I hope this will make sense for you. Now it's time for the assignment. Create an API register, accept name, emails as form fields, accept profile picture and CV as true files, return all four values back in JSON. Here in Postman, whenever you will send data to the endpoint using multiple form data, in Postman we have headers, and if I send this, our API is running successfully. By default, the Postman in header passing the multiple part form data, and if I click this and send my own data, now our API is running successfully. So whenever you pass the data from front end, you have to provide the multiple part form data in content type in headers. So I hope you will understand this part, how you will send data, multiple part form data from your front end. Now it's time for the interview question. How can you handle all three input types, path, query, body in FastAPI using routes? In FastAPI routes. So in FastAPI we learn path, query and body. So in FastAPI we can use path for values from the URL path, and query for optional query string filters, and body for pedantic models for full request body in JSON. These can all be combined in one endpoint for the flexible and rich input. Let me write answer for you. In FastAPI, we can use path for values from the URL path, and query for optional query string filters, and body pedantic models for full request body JSON. And another question is, imagine you are building an API like this where the user sends new product data in the body. How do you handle that in FastAPI? So we have used product ID with the data type int using path. Use a pedantic model for the body, discount equal to true. For this you can use the pedantic model for body, and use discount bool query. By default will be false for query. Let me quickly write the code for this. First of all, you will import from pedantic import base model from FastAPI API import FastAPI path and query. From FastAPI you have to import FastAPI path and query. From pedantic you have to import base model. So I am going to create app.route app.put product, and we have to pass product ID here. Define function update product with product ID for product ID, and the data type for the product ID is int, and path product from pedantic discount pool. By default query false. After that we have to return something whenever this function will call, and I am going to pass ID, product ID, and then updated will be product, and apply discount will be discount. And here you could notice this, why we are providing these three dots or the ellipses. These indicate that this value is required, means the product ID is required. We pass in path. These three dots are the ellipses, so this value is required. The user must provide this value. It cannot be skipped or left empty. Now here in this model defines the expected request body in JSON. It expect name must be string, price must be float. This line tells FastAPI the product underscore ID is required path parameter. The product underscore ID is required as path parameter. If you don't give it in the URL like this, let me write the example. Product 1. The product ID is 1 and the product is the route. The product ID is required path parameter. If you don't give it in the URL, it will raise an error. You have to definitely pass the product ID. And here this means the full request body product model is required. The product is the model name, and three dots here, the ellipses. This means the full request body means we have to provide the name and price. Hello everyone, welcome to class 11 of our FastAPI series. In today's lesson, we are going to learn how to handle form data and file uploads in FastAPI. These are commonly used in registration forms, CV uploads, profile picture uploads, and so on. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to build APIs that handle form inputs and receives files from user. And this is the part 2 of our class 11. In part 1, we understand accepting form data. In many real-world applications, data is sent from the HTML forms like login and contact page. FastAPI provides a built-in way to receive form data using form. So let's continue what we did till now in our first part. In the first line from FastAPI, import FastAPI and form. We are importing basically FastAPI and form class. Form is used when we want to receive form data from front end. Like in this example, we are going to create login page example. And then on the next line here, I am creating a FastAPI instance, and on this line we use Django defining a post route like login. Here we are defining a post route for login request, and on the next line def login username string and form and password. We use here this form to required form fields like username and password. For the username we use form, and the password we use this form to require form fields like username and password. And whenever this function will call, this function will return this. This returns the entered username as well as the message to confirm the login. So it's time to test this with the help of Postman. So UVCon, our app name is class 11 app reload reload our FastAPI app is running on IP address and the port is 8000. Let me copy this. I open the Postman, and here I am going to try this. Our app is running on this IP address and the port is by default is 8000. So what I did, I have to use the method post, and I have to request for login. Here inside form data I select the form data, and inside form data we are going to pass the key value here. The key is username, and I am going to pass Ahmad, and the password, let's say pass @123, the strong password. Let me run this, and you will see our API is returning response, and the status code of this request is 200, means we are getting the response successfully from this endpoint like login data received. The username is Amar. This is coming from here, from this function, and if I show you the post method is hit and the status is 200, and which route login route is hit on the post method. So in this way you are accepting the farm data in FastAPI. I hope this will make sense for you, and if you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like, share with your friends. And today second topic is uploading a file like image or PDF. So for that I am going to create one another endpoint, and the route is the method will be post and upload def upload file file upload file, and I am going to pass file here. Don't worry, I will explain you each and everything, just finish me. And after return the dictionary, file name, file name, and content type file dot content type. And I have to import the upload file from, once again, from FastAPI upload file, and also I have to import the file from FastAPI. Basically I am importing the file and upload file to receive files. Upload file gives access to file name, type, and content. The upload file which we import here is basically gives access to file name, type, and content. That's why I import upload file here. Once again on this line, this is the post route for uploading a file, and on this line here, upload file equal to file means a file is required from the front end. That's why we pass here the upload file to accept the file from front end. And after that, when this function will be called, this will return the file name and the file.content underscore type. Return the name and type of uploaded file. Here I am going to add one more request. The method is post 127 upload file, and here we have to select the body, and after that method is port, the route is upload underscore file. We have to select the form data, and here I'm going to pass the file, and here file, the selected file, select file, file type, and click on this, select the image, open. Let me send this. Not found. Upload underscore file. This is only upload. Let me hit this. As you see, the file name is this one and the content type is image jpg. So in this way you will upload the files from front end side to the FastAPI, and in this way the FastAPI endpoint will be able to accept the files from the front end side. If you use React.js, Next.js, or any type of front end, your API will accept the files like this. So here the one important interview question which mostly asked in FastAPI: How do you handle file uploads in FastAPI? In this lecture, we learn how we will able to upload files in FastAPI. So in a FastAPI, we use the upload file class along with file function, this file function to receive files from the client. Upload file provides useful attributes like file.filename and .content underscore type. It is an efficient way to handle files like images or PDFs through a post request. So this is the simple answer for this question if this will come in your first API interview. It's time for the assignment. Create a new post API with route submit form. It should receive the following: name as a form field, age as a form field, profile picture as a file upload. Return all the three in a response as a JSON. This is the simple assignment for the class 11. I hope you will do this, and if any doubt till now, if you face any problem in this assignment, I am here to clear your doubts. Don't worry, share with me. I will clear your doubts. I will clear your problems. So don't, please share your assignment in comment, then I will check your assignment. Hello everyone, and welcome to class 11 of our Fast API series. In today's lesson, we are going to learn how to handle form data like user login information and file uploads like images, PDF, Word files in Fast API. They are commonly used in registration forms, CV uploads, profile picture uploads, and so on. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to build APIs that handle form inputs and receive files very easy. So for in this class, I am going to create another class. This is our class 11.py. In today topic 1, accepting form data. In many real-world applications, data is sent from the HTML forms like login and contact pages. FastAPI provides a built-in way to receive form data using form. So this is the first topic of our today class, accepting form data. So for accepting form data, I am going to create from FastAPI import FastAPI app.post, method is post, login, def login, username, data type is string, and form, then password, the data type is string, then email, form. So we have username and password for login, colon, return the dictionary with username and the message login data received. Save this, and I am going to import form from FastAPI. Now the importing problem is solved for us. So From FastAPI, here on this line we are importing FastAPI and form class. Form is used when we want to receive form data from frontend. So in this case we are going to import this for the login, and here on this line creating a FastAPI instance. Here I am creating my FastAPI instance, and on this line I am defining a post route for login. I am defining a post route for login, and on this line we use form inside these three dots to required form field like username and password. So the password name and the username we use here the form, and these are the required one. And after that, when this function will call, this return the entered username as a confirmation with this message. So I am going to, my virtual environment is also activated here. So I am going to run uvcon class 11 app reload. Our app is running on this IP address and I am getting some error. Let me check this. Why? Form is not defined. So till now I not save my code. When I save my code, you will see the problem will be solved. The error is going to solve. So my app is running on IP address on this, and the port is 8000. Let me copy this and open it. As you see, I am getting not found. So you have a two-way to check your API. Is this working fine or not? You have the fast API provide Swagger documentation. You will check fast API in, you will check the APIs in Swagger documentation. Hello everyone, welcome to class 10 of our Fast API course. Until now, we learn how to take input from URL path, take input from query parameters, and how to take input using request body. And today we will combine all three in one API endpoint. This is useful in real world APIs where we send ID in path, send filters in query, send full object in body. Let's learn this step by step with the help of example. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. I open my VS Code, and here I am going to create another class 10.py. Let's see the concept overview of today's lecture. Input type where, so input type where it comes, and for example the path parameter, this comes from URL. The example is the URL is users and then roll number 1. And after query parameter, this comes from URL after the question sign. Example is if you find those students, those users which are active. And body parameter from request body, this will come from request body in the form of JSON, and the example is this. So these are the three concepts which we are going to combine in one endpoint in today class. Path parameter, query parameter, body parameter. Path parameter, we this will come from URL. Query parameter also comes from URL after the question sign, and body parameter from request body with in format JSON. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model. FastAPI. I am going to create a model with name product, and I am inherit from the base model of Pydantic, and the name is string and the price will be float. After that, I am going to create an API. This API will with all three inputs. App.get. Let me create the put one. App.put products. Don't worry, I will explain each and every line of this code. Let me complete this first one. Product ID and def update product, and this field I want to update this. First of all, product ID will be int, and by default the path will be greater than 0, and I have to import the path from FastAPI path. So after that, product product and available, the type is bool and equal to query, and I am passing the default value is true, and I have to import query as well from FastAPI here. Query. So we have three product ID, and I am going to close this in body. After that, I am going to return the dictionary with product ID, then new data product and available in stock, the value is available. Let me save the code, and first of all I am going to activate my virtual environment script. My virtual environment is activated as you see here. I am going to run con host10 app reload. Our first API is running on this IP address with port number 8000. Let's copy this or follow the link. As you see, when I follow the link, I am getting not found. I open the Swagger documentation and I am going to try this. Click on try it out, and here as you see the product ID is the required one, and the data type for product ID is integer accepted, and the available is boolean, and this is the query. So here I am going to pass the product ID 11, let's say, and I'm going to pass available false, and the request body is also required one. We must provide this as well. So name I am going to provide wireless mouse, and the price is, let's say, 1600, and here I am going to execute this, and if we see our response 200 means our API requested give us the response successfully request, and in response body product ID is 11, new data wireless, and available install is false. Let me understand the code what I am doing here. The product underscore ID is taken from the path product 11 in our case, and here the product name plus price is taken from request body, and available is taken from query parameter available equal to false, and this approach is used in real e-commerce admin panels or update forms. Let's deep dive more to understand what till now I am did it in my code. In first line, this line imports the required tools from FastAPI. I am importing FastAPI to create my FastAPI app, to create the app, and then I am importing the path. This path to use and validate path parameters. This path is using here to use and validate path parameters, and the query to handle query string value like we pass after question mark available equal to true, and the base model to create input body models using Python tag. Here we import the Python tag from base model. After that, on this line, here I am basically create a new FastAPI instance, and after that in this block of code defines a Python tag model name product. It accepts JSON data with name a string and price a float decimal number, and this Python tag model is used for validating request body like we pass the name wireless mouse and the price 1600, and after that on this line this creates a put API endpoint, and it respond to the will respond to request like products 11, and after that here this function handles three types of data. First of all, the product ID. Here product ID colon int equal to path 3 dots gt equal to 0. This basically getting the ID from the URL path, the ID of the product. This is responsible, and it must be an integer greater than 0. We pass the 11, it is greater than 0, and it is the integer type. We not pass here less than 0 ID for the product as well as, and after that get the data here in this line get the data from the request body. We pass the name of the product wireless mouse and the name, and the price is 1600. So this line is responsible to get the request body, get the data from the request body. And here we define the product. Here this product is basically structure the must follow product, like the product will be the name and then price in the body. After that, on this line, get value from the query string available equal to false, and by default this is true if not provided. If available equal to not provided something, then by default the available will be true. I hope this will make sense for you. And after that, I am returning a dictionary, and in the response, return this dictionary basically returns a JSON object combining the path value product ID, and then the body value product, and the query parameter available in stock if available. So this is basically return a JSON object combining the path value product ID, new data, the body value product, and the query parameter available in stock. I hope this will make sense for you. If any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to clear your doubts. I open my Postman, and here I am going to test my endpoint. First of all, I am going to update the method put, and our app is running on this. Copy this, I paste it here, and after that I am going to pass, and inside body I am going to pass the name, which is I have to pass in here the dictionary. The name is wireless, yes, mouse, and inside URL I pass the product 11 and available equal to false. Let me execute this, and we are getting error. This I want. Why we are getting here? Because we are passing here, and see, this is the string, not the JSON. We have to pass using JSON. Change. Let me execute this again. As you see, the product ID is 11, the name is wireless mouse, and the price is 1500, and available in stock is fast, which we are passing here. If we not pass this, and if we hit this again, by default the available in stock is true, which comes from our code side. The by default query will be true for the available in stock. And if I change this from 11 to 19, the product ID is also changing. I hope this will make sense for you, and in this way you will test your APIs using Postman as well as the Swagger documentation of which FastAPI providing. And if I change from raw to the form data, and if I hit this, you will see model attribute type input should be valid dictionary or object to extract field form. So this response is coming from FastAPI. Why this? FastAPI basically does not support does not accept pedantic models from form data by default. This is coming due to the FastAPI does not accept pedantic models from form data by default. Why? Because form data sends individual key value pair, individual key value pairs. This is the key and the value. Form data sends individual key value pairs as you see here. The first API is patenting model like product based model. This product based model accept JSON body, not a form field. And if you really want to use form data, you have to pass here the form from FastAPI, and you must extract each field manually using form instead of patenting model. That's why I'm importing form, and I want to change this to extract each field manually using form instead of patenting model. Let me update this code, and here name string form, after that price float and form. Here I am going to change this from this to dictionary, and here I am going to pass name and the price. After changing all this, and now if I pass the form data to this endpoint, let me send this, and type is missing, body, price, and we are, oh, it's changed from price to price due to misspelling. And now I successfully passed the form data to my FastAPI endpoint. So this is the beauty of FastAPI, how the FastAPI works. I hope this will make sense for you. Share with your friends. Now it's time for the assignment. You have to do this assignment to understand these all topics successfully and combine all these concepts. Create an API for orders which accept the order ID with path param. Order ID must be greater than 0, and inside query param confirm bool optional and default is false, and the body order info with fields product name and quantity. Inside body you will pass the product name and quantity, and after that return all three values as a response in JSON. This is the simple assignment, and I hope you will do this very easy. Do this and share with comment. If any doubt in this assignment, I am here to clear your concepts. Thanks for watching.
Welcome everyone to class 9 of our FastAPI course. Until now, we learned how to send data using path parameter, like when we find a user with roll number 5. And this is covered in our last class, the class 8th. And today we are going to learn how to use query parameters, how to make them optional or give default values. So if you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. Let's start today's class. And if you don't subscribe till now, please subscribe it. Here you will find the playlist of Django mostly asked interview question, FastAPI for complete beginner friendly course. This class is the part of this playlist. Check this, share with your friend. Let's start today's class. As you see, I open my VS Code editor, and here I am going to create class 9 9.py. This is our FastAPI app name for today class. In our last class, we learned how to send data using path parameter like user and the roll number to search the user with roll number 5 in path parameter. We pass this thing in URL. But what if we want to filter or search or sort data, like if you want to search the products with category books, and if you want to search the users which are active, which are logging. So how you will filter and search these type of data in your path parameter, and this all will done using query parameter. And today is the agenda is this: how to apply query parameters and how to make them optional or give default values. So let's start the coding part. Before going to start the query coding part, I want to understand you what is query parameters. So I write a simple definition as well as the example. The query parameters are a key value pairs added after the question in the URL, question mark in the URL. What is query parameter? Query parameter are the key value pairs added after the question sign in the URL. This is the example. So search after the question mark, the name is Ali and the age is 25. So this is the example to find the student with name Ali and with age 25. So they are not part of the URL path. Make sure this in your mind. They are not part of the URL path. They are used for searching, filtering or sorting. I hope this will make sense for you and you are clear about what is query parameter. So query parameters are key value pairs added after the question sign in the URL. They are not part of the URL path. They are used for searching, filtering or sorting. Let's start the coding part to understand each and everything. From FastAPI, I am going to import FastAPI. From typing, I am going to import optional only, and then so here I am going to create app.get create def create user with name and the data type will be string for the name, and then I am going to return the message with name hello. So first of all I am going to on my app unicorn class 9 app reload. Our app is running on this IP address and the port is 8000. Copy this link or follow link. Some errors. FastAPI takes one positional argument but two were given. Clear this, save this. As you see, our app is running successfully and I am getting not found, and if I visit that time I am getting some errors. The type is missing, field required, the message is field required, and inside terminal you see 404 not found. This will return when no matching URL found, and when I go to the create to visit create, that time I am getting 422 unprocessable entity. Why this? This is the FastAPI status code. and this is 2 this create is accepting the name, and I am not passing any name. And if I pass the name with Ahmad, the key is name and the value is Ahmad, that time I am getting the message hello Ahmad. So it means our request successfully response with 200 code. Let me show you, and I am going to try in Swagger documents. Let me click on this, test my this endpoint of my API, click on try it out, and here I am going to pass, this is the required name is required. I have to must pass this name Ahmad. I am going to pass Ahmad, and if I see I am getting the status code 200, this means our API is giving us successful response with message hello Ahmad. This message comes from here, from our endpoint, from this function. When this endpoint hits, this function will run and this response will see the user. And today most important topic is optional query parameter with default. If you want to make query parameter optional, we can give default values. How we will give the default value? Let me explain this with the help of code. I'm going to create another endpoint. Welcome. Div welcome name string, and the default value will be guest. Return message welcome the name. In this part of code, now even if you don't give the name, it will show the guest by default. Let me show you in browser. To try it out this, I refresh my this URL for Swagger documentation, and now I am going to test this. Click on try it out. As you see, by default is guest. If I execute this, this API will run successful response 200 and string by default. And if I going to pass some name here, Ahmad, and if I execute this, and we have to pass here / welcome, and if I execute this, you will see I am getting response 200, response body message welcome guest, and if I pass, then you will see I am getting welcome Ahmad. So in this way you will apply the optional query parameter with default. So here you are applying, this is the example of applying the default values to query parameters. So this is the example of default values to query parameter. Now it's time to understand with the help of optional how we will apply the optional on query parameter. Before going to apply the query parameter, I want to understand you how you can apply multiple query parameter, and I hope this question arises in your mind as well, how we will apply the multiple query parameters. So let's see with the help of example. Get search def search item and name will be str, category will be of data type of string, and I am going to pass the default value for category is general. After that, return dictionary with search for the name, and the category will be category. So in this code, if category is not given, it will be general by default. If category is not given, that time the by default category will be general. Let's hit this endpoint from Swagger documentation to check this API. Try it out. The name is required, but the category by default is general. I am going to pass the name, search for the name book, and the category will be by default general. Let's execute this. See the response. 200 is the status code, means our API is returning the response, and in response body we are getting the search for the book, and the category by default is general. And if I change this category for the book and I want to get the book from category education, let me run this, and education here you see in the response body. I hope this will make sense for you, how you will apply the default parameter and how you will apply the multiple query parameters in FastAPI. Now it's time to apply for the optional query parameters. To understand optional query parameter, I want to define some list. This list name is student, and inside list I have a dictionary with for the student with ID 1, name is Ali, and class, and for the student ID will be 2, the name is Sarah, and class will be 9. So I define a list inside this variable students. Let me quickly app.get students students class name will be string. I want to make this optional, and I am going to pass string, and by default this will be none. Class name by default will be none. If class underscore name filtered, I am going to pass for s in students if s class equal to class name, and then I am going to store in s. Then I am going to return filtered students filtered, and if not, then in else part I am going to return all students. What's happening here, if we use optional and we define the data type for this query parameter is string, and by default value is none. So to make query parameter optional, we use optional, and the query parameter data type is class name. If class is given, it filter by class. If not, it return as students. Save the code. First to check without class name. I execute this and I am getting as students data without class name. And if I pass the class name here class name is 10, then I am getting the two students data with class name 10, Ali and Hamza. Let's confirm the class name of these in our code. Here you see the two students with class 10. So in this way you will apply the optional, default, multiple query parameters in FastAPI. I hope this will make sense for you. If any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to clear your doubts. Let me quickly explain all the code which I write it for you. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. We are importing the FastAPI class to create our web app. And on the next line, I am importing from typing import optional. We import the optional which is used when a variable can be given or not given. And we understand how we will apply this. After that, here app equal to FastAPI. This line creates an instance of our FastAPI application. This line is creating the instance of our FastAPI application. It's like saying I am building a FastAPI app. This line is saying basically I am building a FastAPI app. So this line create an instance of our FastAPI application. And this line, this is a route decorator. It means when someone visits greet using a get request, run the function below. When someone visits the greet using a get request, this is the get request. So when someone visits this greet using a get request, run the function below. This function will run, and this is the response when this function will run. And then in here, this is also a route decorator. It means when someone visits the welcome using get request, run the function below. And by default value for query parameter is guessed if user not pass the name. Then we understand with the help of multiple query parameters. And after that, here this is nothing but a simple list of student dictionaries like our mini database, and each student has ID. A unique ID is basically a unique number to identify a unique student, and the name is for the name of student, and the class they belong to. So they are hard coded just for practice. After that, we have this code. This is also a route decorator. It means when someone visits the students using a get request, when someone visits the students using the get request, run the function below. And on this line, def get underscore student, this is the function that will run when someone visits students. This function will run when someone visits the students. And inside this I am passing class name. This is a query parameter, and here I am using the optional. It means the value is a string and is optional. The value for this query parameter is data type will be a string and it is optional, and equal to none. It means if the user does not send this parameter, it will be none by default. And if class name, here if class name, this checks did the user send the query parameter class name. If yes, then inside this if, yes, go inside the if no, then go outside the if yes, then go inside the if. And here this is basically this part of code is basically a list comprehension used to filter students. Let's explain simply. First of all, for S in students, loop through each S student in the students list. Students is the list, and loop through each student using S. Keep only those where S the students with class equal to class name. Keep only those where the student with class equal to the class name, means the class name is 10. So if the user send students here and then the class name is 10, I am just writing this for you. This is not here, this is not the part of the code. So if the user sends student question marks class underscore name equal to 10, only class 10 students are picked. This is the meaning of this line. And after that I am going to return, we will return the filter list as a dictionary like here. Let me clear this, save this, and after that we are returning the student filter underscore students. We return the filter list as a dictionary, how many students belong to class name 10. If name is not provided by the user, that time this part of code will return all students. If class name was not provided, this line runs. It means return all students in the list. We see how we will URL without query, and then URL with query, the student with class name. So now it's time for the homework or assignment. Create a FastAPI application with a single endpoint that accepts a query parameter called name. Create an API which will accept the name books. Accept optional author as a query parameter. If author is provided, return books by that author. If not provided, return all books. Use a list of 4 books with different authors. I hope this is the simple task for you. Do it with yourself. Don't use the JWT or other. Don't take any help from these. Do it with yourself. In this way you will learn the things. I hope you will do this. If any doubt in this homework or assignment, I am here to clear your doubts. Share with your friends. Please comment this homework assignment in this lecture. Thanks for watching. Welcome back student to class 8 of our FastAPI course. Today we will learn something very useful, how to send data through the URL, and this process is called through path parameters. How we will send data through the URL in FastAPI, and how to add validations to those parameters like must be greater than 0. And these are used in every real world project, like when we search a user by ID or a product by name. Let's start with the examples to understand everything clearly. And if you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like, share with your friends. Let's start. So what is path parameter? When we send values directly in the URL, those are called path parameters. Those are called path parameters. For example, get method product 10. Here 10 is a product ID passed in the path. Here, as you see, 10 is the product ID passed in the path. So this is the example of path parameter. Let's create some code. This is the example of path parameters. So after that, from FastAPI, import FastAPI, app will be FastAPI, and app.get product, then product ID. Def get underscore product, and I am passing product ID, and the data type of this will be, and this will return a dictionary with keys product ID, as well as I am going to pass some message to understand the response of this very endpoint. Product fetched. So let me explain this all code what I did till now. Product ID here in this product ID is a dynamic value in the URL. Basically, this is the URL when user want to get the value of this particular product, and the product ID 10. Here the product ID is a dynamic value in the URL, and inside this get underscore product, this product underscore ID is in type. It means this product int, this means the value must be a number. The value must be a number, which we are getting from the URL, the dynamic value which we are getting from the URL using path parameter. So this product ID should be the number, and FastAPI automatically converts and validates it. So let me run my this FastAPI code. So UVCon app name is class 8, then app reload. Let me run this. As you see, our FastAPI app is running on this IP address and 8000 port. This is the by default IP address and 8000 port of FastAPI. So I am getting some error because I not save my program of this FastAPI app. So I just save my app code and see on this IP address and 8000 port I am getting not found. As you see, I am getting one endpoint in Swagger API's documentation. Here I am going to click on try it out here, and as you see, this is the required what product ID. This endpoint required product ID. We have to fulfill this. We have to pass product ID. I am going to pass let's say 11, the product ID 11. Let me execute this, and if I see, I am getting 200 OK response of our API. This means our API is running successfully, and this give us the response body, the product ID, and the message product fetched. So in this way you will apply the path parameter in FastAPI. I hope this will make sense for you. So how we perform this? We create an endpoint. And this endpoint required the product ID to get the related data of that very product or for particular product. So I hope this will make sense for you. So the next topic is validation for path parameter. Validation for path parameters. Let's say we don't want ID less than 1. We can use path for that. Let me create another endpoint app.get, and here products, and I am going to pass product right here. Def get product ID, and this will int. After that I am going to pass path, and this path will come from here, path from FastAPI import path, and first argument, and then GT 0, return product ID message product value. Let me comment this code. If I refresh this product ID, I am passing. Click on try it out, and here I am going to pass 0. Execute this. As you see, I am getting 422 unprocessable entity type greater than location, path, and product ID. Input should be greater than 0. This is coming from the FastAPI. So let me explain what I did in code here. This path, this code means product underscore ID. This product underscore ID must be greater than 0. If we give 0, as you see, or -1, let's see this. Let's wait. FastAPI will return an error. If I just passed the 0, FastAPI give us 422 code response unprocessable entity. Why unprocessable entity? The type greater than, and the message input should be greater than 0. And if I pass -1 here, If I pass -1, execute this, I am getting the same. The input should be greater than 0, and as you see I am getting 200, means our API response 200, our request successfully run, and I am getting product ID 22 and the message product valid. So this is the beauty of FastAPI. And if I run this, products 0, type greater than, input should be greater than 0, and if I change this value, product valid, product ID is 11. So this is just example of how we will apply path parameter and how we apply validation for path parameter. So this basically validation for path parameter. This prevents wrong data from entering our system. So let me clear all this. Let me comment this one, and I'm going to create the real world example code. So first of all, I am importing from FastAPI, importing FastAPI and path. Then we create an app instance, student DB. This is the dictionary for first student, the ID 1, name Ali, grade A, for 2 name Sarah, grade B, and for third student name is Hamza and grades A plus. And here I am using the validation parameter roll number. I am getting roll underscore number, and here I apply GT equal to 0, LE 100. So this means the roll number must be greater than 0 and must be less than or equal to 100. So if the roll number is greater than 100, then this will not find the student and FastAPI will return error. Let me execute this code. As you see here, let me click on this, try it out, and here I am passing greater than 0, I am passing -1 here. And as you see, input should be greater than 0 for the roll number. Let me save my own code. Let me save this code. If I show you terminal, now our code is saved. If I execute this, I am getting roll number, and if I play on this, -1 roll number to get the data of -1 roll number. And I am getting input should be greater than 0. Okay, and if I pass 111, means less than or equal to. Let me execute this. Please correct the following validation and try again. For roll number, value must be less than or equal to 100. So this is the beauty of FastAPI. It only accepts greater than 0 and less than 100. I am passing 90, and if I execute this, as you see, I am getting student not found for this. API is running successfully. We are getting 200. Our request give us means we hit the accurate one API endpoint. Here we have student 1, 2, 3, and if I pass the roll number 1, here I am going to pass roll number 1, and if I execute this, I am getting the data of roll number 1 student. So in this way you will apply the path parameter, and then you will apply the validation on your path parameter in FastAPI. I hope this will make sense for you. If any doubt till now, please comment it. It's time for the homework or assignment of today's class. So create an API. This API will accept the book ID. Validation book ID must be between 1 and 500, and this API will return book info if ID found, else return book not found. Use a dictionary of 3 books. So this is a simple assignment. If you do this, then you will understand more about path parameter and validation on path parameter. Bye bye.
Welcome to class 7 of our first API course. Today we will learn two important and real-world concepts in API development: response models. The first one is response models, how to control and format the output of your API. And the second one is status codes, how to send proper success or error codes from backend. These topics are very important for working in companies or building professional APIs. We will understand theory first, then practice with full code and real example. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. Let's get started. I'm going to create one file for class 7.py. So let's understand today first topic, response model. What is response model? When we send data back to the user, FastAPI allows us to filter or control the format of the response using a model. So in FastAPI, what is response model? When we send data back to the user, FastAPI allows us to filter or control the format of that response using a model. This model of FastAPI hides unwanted fields and only show what we want. The response model in FastAPI hides unwanted fields and only show what we want. So let's understand with the help of example. We have a user model with name, email and password, and we don't want to show the password in the response. We don't want to show the password in the response. So let's create a code for this in FastAPI. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Python, import base model, and I am going to create FastAPI. So first of all, I am going to create a model for user inheriting from base model. Inside this model, I have a fields name with data type string, then email type will be string, and password type will be string. So this model is input model, and I am going to, for the API response, I am going to create another one model class user response, and I am going to inherit from base model as well. And here I am going to pass name string, name field, as well as email in response, not the password. So this is our input model, and this is our output model. I hope this will make sense for you. Let's create a simple endpoint to apply this concept. App.post. So this is our API endpoint. When user request, when user hit this register for the sign up process, for the registration process, when this API endpoint will hit, that time this function will call, and this function in normal cases we have here we save data to DB for the registration purpose. So just for understanding how the response model works in FastAPI, we are not going for DB. So here I am just returning FastAPI, and here I am passing response model equal to user response. I want that when the user registered, then in response only show the name and email of registered user, not the password. So that's why I am passing response underscore model equal to user response, means in response these two fields will return to the user. I hope this will make sense for you. Return user, and in that case the user data only, name and email will be sent. FastAPI here return user. FastAPI will hide password using user response model. Due to this user response model, FastAPI will hide the password field. I hope this will make sense for you. Here you see the user model is full model with password, and user response model shows only name and email. In the endpoint here, response underscore model user response means, this means response will be shaped using that model. This means the response of this API endpoint will shaped using that model. Even if password is returned, it will be automatically hidden. I hope this will make sense for you. So let's execute this code. cd core FastAPI, cd virtual environment script, cls activate. Our virtual environment for FastAPI project is activated. Going back here, uvcon, name of our app, class 7 app. So app, then reload. On this, our app is running on this app IP address and port number. Let me copy this. As you see, I am getting nothing. Docs. Here you see we have one endpoint register. Let me click on try it out, and if I pass, we have name, email and password, and I am going to pass this data. Let me execute. The name of the user is Ali, email is ali@test.com, password is 12345 and 6. Let me execute this and let me show you the response of this API. As you see, the status is 200, mean this API runs successfully, and in the response I am getting only name and email. So password is hidden. That response model magic. This is only with the help of FastAPI response model magic. I hope this will make sense for you. The password is hidden. We not want to show our password to the registered user. And the second topic of today's class is what is status code. Status code is nothing. Status code tells whether the request was successful or failed. When a user requests for the API endpoint, that time you have to show some status. The API request is okay, successful or failed. So what is status code? A status code tells whether the request was successful or failed. In a status code we have popular status code, the 200 which we just see in FastAPI docs. 200 means the API request is successful, and 201 means created new data is added to the DB, and 400 is bad request, means some data is missing with the request. So if you create a new user in DB, that time 201 status code will return, and just getting the data of a user when email, that time 200 status will return, and 400 means if the API request needs the email with the name of user and you just provide the email, that time missing data will return, and the status code is 400. And if you want a request with some user like the email of ali@test.com, and you want to search data related to this user, that time if this user not found in DB, that time you will get 404. This status code will be used. And 500 the server error. If some errors comes for server, that time you will see 500. First API lets us manually set these. So let's try to apply all these using FastAPI. Let me create one another model class product, and I am inherit this from base model of Python tag, and name of product will be a string, data type will be string, and and the price of this will be float. So I create another model. I create another model with name product. I inherit from base model. Two fields, name, data type is string, and price is float. I hope this will make sense for you. And then I am going to create a simple endpoint here. App.post add product, and the status underscore code equal to status dot http underscore 201 created. After this, def the function name is add product 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 return message to the user, product product added, and next one is data product. So I am returning message and data. I have to import status at the top here. uh, from FastAPI import status as well. I hope the problem will be solved for status. So let's repeat what I did till now. When a product is added, the API will return. When this API endpoint will hit that time when a product is added, the API will return. This API is responsible to add product. So this API will hit when a product is added. The API will return 201 status created. Status underscore code equal to status dot http underscore 201 underscore created is more readable than just 201. So the message and product are returned in JSON. The message and the product are returned in JSON. Let me create. If I refresh this, you see I have one another point, add product. Let me try this quickly for you. And here I am going to pass the data. Name is pen for product and price of pen is 15.5. Let me execute this, and if you see the response, I am getting 201 and response body message, product edit, and the data of product name pen and the price is 15.5. So in this way you will apply the status code as well as the response model of FastAPI. I hope if any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to clear your doubts related this model. So today we cover what is response model and what is status codes in FastAPI. It's time for homework or the assignment. Create a new API student info, accept name, roll number, GPA, and secret note. Return only name and GPA. Set status code 200. OK. So this is your simple assignment or homework for today class. I hope everyone is doing this very easy. If you face any problem, then I am here to share with me. I will be understand your and I will clear your logics. Thanks for watching. Share with your friends. Name, and I am going to pass one more. I am going to direct pass these two, which I am uh, let's say the name I am going to change this, let's say Ali, and the age is, let's say, 18, and the string the name is, let's say, Kamran, and the age is 20. So we have two dictionary inside one list, a list of objects I am going to send to this student's route. Let me execute this. Here guys, you see when I click on execute, I am getting 200 respond body, the message students added, and the count is 2. We have 2 students inside this list. We have a list of students. So we are getting one student data Ali and age, and the next student Kamran and age. So in this way you will pass a list of objects to the route of FastAPI. So nested model, one object inside another, we understand in first example nested model concept, and then we can understand the list of objects. So in nested model we have two models. One is for address and one is for student. We are passing inside student model the address model for the student info. So why we passing address model? Because we want the student info of city and zip code with the help of this address. So address inside student, and the next one is list of objects. We are passing a list of objects, multiple objects in a list, array of items, list student in the route. So here question arises, why we learn these two topics is see the e-commerce websites. We have in e-commerce websites we have list of products. So that's why we understand the concept of list of objects, how the multiple products will pass to the endpoint to for enter into the DB to show on the front end side. And we take this example for job application resume with nested section and order system customer plus orders plus products inside e-commerce website. I hope this will make sense for you. So these topics are till now I hope for every student is clear. If any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to understand each and everything related to fast API, machine learning, Python, and so on. So I create a real world example for you to understand you how the real world things are working. I create a model class with name product. Inside this we have two field, name and price. The price is float data type and the name is the string data type. And then we create a model with name order, and I am going to inherit this from base model of Python tag. And customer name is string and the items is list product list of object inside the body. So then we create a route create order. So here what this code is doing, we create a post API to place an order. This API will responsible to create to place an order. The order will include customer name, a list of items. Each item has a name and price. So the student and the product model defines name and price, and this order model defines the whole order, customer name, name of the person placing the order, items, a list of product using the product model. Using the product model, let's understand this code line by line. The app, we make a post route called create order, and on the second line here, order colon order. First API expects the body to follow the order model, and on this line total sum. Here inside this code we have a for loop for item in order dot items. We are iterating all the items in order list, and then we are getting the price item dot price from all the order items, all the order price, and then we are implementing a sum function. This function returns the message order received and customer name, total number of items, total price of all items. So this line will calculate the prices of all the items, then calculate the whole price, total price of our item. That's why I am passing total the length of order dot items, how many order in our list. So for there, to test this, I am going to clear each and everything to test our create order route. Click on try it out, and here I am passing the customer name, let's say Hamza, and the name of product is pen, and the price is, let's say, 30, and I am going to pass another price, and this will be our notebook, and the price is, let's say, 100. So this whole dictionaries means Hamza is buying two products, a pen and a notebook. Pen with price 30 and notebook with price 100. Let me execute this. I am getting response 200, means our order is successfully order received with name Hamza, total items 2, and the total amount 130. Two product with amount 30 and 100 means 130 total amount. And how many items we have, a pen and notebook, total items 2. So I am getting the accurate response. So the product model here is responsible to define name and price of each product, and the order model, this order model defines customer name plus list of products, and this post API endpoint to receive order and return summary and list of product. You can send many products together in one request, as we see in this example. And total calculation use Python sum function to add all prices. This is the Python function to add all prices. That's why we are using for loop to get all the items from this order list. So these whole examples means we are creating a post API to place an order. The order will include customer name, a list of items. I hope this will make sense for you to understand the real world things. So it's time for the assignment or the homework of this class. So create a post route, register course. Model should have course name, the students list of student model with name and roll number. You have to create a model with name, students, or course. And this is the example data for testing homework. Uh, you have to pass this, the course name Python Basics, the students Ali with roll number 101, name Aisha, roll number 102. You have to pass this to uh, test this. If this code give you 200 with this response body, then your homework is okay. If not solving this problem, try it on your end. uh, don't use any chat GPT or don't use Google Help. Do it with yourself. If you do some wrongs or errors or difficulty, when you face some difficulty, that time you will learn things. So if you're not do this, then I am here to do this for you, to understand you each and everything. So this class is going so long. uh, we will meet in next class. Thanks for watching. Assalam.
Hello everyone, welcome to class 5 of the FastAPI course. In the last class, we learned how to use post method to send data in the request body create a pedantic model to validate input data, automatically handle errors using FastAPI and pedantic. Let me show you the last class code. This is the code of our last class. The last class is our class 4. Today is class 5. So in class 4, in previous class, we learned how to use post method to send data in the request body, create a pedantic model to validate input data, create a pedantic model. This is the pedantic model with name user. For what purpose? This pedantic model is to validate input data which comes on this post method and automatically handle errors using FastAPI and pedantic. Pedantic will automatically handle errors for the validation of data. So now we will learn how to validate data types, use optional fields not required, and default values when user don't send data. Let me revise my whole code of last class. From pedantic import model, base model, and here I create a model with name user which inherit from this class base model. If a user did not send any required field, that time FastAPI gave an error. We use this model in a post route. We use this model in a post route as you see like this. So if you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like, and the whole classes videos uploaded in this playlist of FastAPI for complete beginner friendly course. So check out this and let's start today. As usual, I am going to create a new file with name class. So the topic is optional fields and default values in FastAPI. Today we are going to learn these optional fields and default values in FastAPI. So first of all, making a field optional in FastAPI, we have something typing. So I am going to import from typing import optional. After that I am going to import from pedantic import base model, and here I am going to create my own model with name student which inherit from this base model. So here guys, email is an optional, not required. If users send it, good. If not, no problem. FastAPI sets it to none by default. As you see here, we create a model with name student and inside this our email field is an optional, and if user sends email, good, if not, no problem. FastAPI sets it to none by default. And if you want to add something, class name field of this student, and this is string, and I am going to assign some default value, grade 10th grade. So in this way you can set a default value like this. This is a default value, the class name is string. By default the class name is 10th grade. I hope this will make sense for you. And for email, this is an optional. If user not give this, no problem, FastAPI handle this. Now if user does not send class name as well as an email, there is no problem. If user not send email, then the email will be none. If user not send the class name, then the class name by default will be 10th grade. I hope you will understand this. So after that I am going to create my app, FastAPI. Let me import. Let me quickly create a simple post route, and this will be register def register student, and I am passing student. The model name is student. And whenever this route will hit, whenever this route, when some request comes to this route, then this function will call. When this function will call, as you know, when function will call, the function will return something. So I am going to return the message student registered, and the name I am going to use student dot name, and roll number student dot roll number, and email student dot email. The next one is class name, and from student dot class name. So after creating this simple endpoint, now it's time to test this endpoint. So for that I am going to activate my virtual environment. My virtual environment name is venv. cd script activate. I activate my virtual environment. When my virtual environment is activated, as you see here, the green venv, this means our virtual environment is activated. Now we are working inside our virtual environment. So it's time to run our app. UVCon. Our app name is class app reload. Let me hit this. Our app is running and I am getting something. Nobody leave. Maybe some database. The problem is solved. Our app is running now. Info started server process waiting for application startup. So our app is now running. Let me quit this. And guys, you have two options. Click on this. This will show you the browser. Inside browser in Firefox or Google. On this IP address and port, you will see your app. Another way is copy this. Here I pasted. Not found. No route is found for this. We have talks. We have only one point, register. Click on this. Try it out. Inside this we have a string for name, roll number, email, string, class name is 10th grade by default. So I am going to pass only the roll number 4 and the name is Kamran. No email I am going to provide. Empty email and grade is 10th. Let me execute this. As you see, I am getting 200 means our request is successfully and we get a response. The response body comes student registered, the name is Kamran, roll number is 4, email is none and the class name is 10th grade. So if I clear this 10th grade here, no class name, no email, just the name and roll number. Let me execute this and I am getting 200 response, means our request successfully, and the response body is message student registered with name Kamran, roll number 4, email nothing, class name nothing. Let me undo this, and if I empty the name and not providing the roll number, let me provide roll number in string and name Hamza. Let me execute this. And guys, if I provide the name as integer, the data type of name which we define in our model is string data type and the for roll number is int. So we are providing the name as int and roll number as string. Let me execute this. Let me show you the response. 422 means error, unprocessable entity. Detail is type string type. On which field? Input is 3. We are providing input 3 and the type is accepting string type, but we are providing int. This is the beauty of FastAPI, how the pedantic model automatically handle each and everything for user. No extra code for data validation. So let me Hamza again from int to string and 4 again. If I execute, show the response 200, student registered with name Hamza, roll number, email is nothing, and by default the class name is 10. So here comes benefit of so here question arises, what is the benefits of validation and defaults? Make your API more flexible, prevents errors from missing fields, allows clean and structured data. I hope this will make sense for you how to apply validation and defaults in FastAPI. If any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to understand you. I am here to clear your each and every doubt problems. So guys, here you note one thing, the name and roll number are the required one. These are the required field. Email is an optional. If you not provide, no problem, by default none. And if you not provide any class name, by default this will 10th grade. So now it's time for the homework for class 5. Create a post route, add product. Model should have product name, this is required. Price is required. Description, this is an optional. In stock, default true. Return the response as a dictionary like product added. Product name is notebook and price is 200. Description is null. In stock true. I hope you will do this very easily. If any problem you face, let me comment it and send the solution of the homework in comment. Please guys, make sure this. So share with your friends, practice it. If any doubt, please comment it. Thanks for watching. Wait, go back here, icon, app name is class 3, then app, reload, run this. Our app is running on this IP and port is 8000. As you see, I open my IP address with port in Google Chrome. Here I am getting details not found, and if I pass user and the user ID, let's say 7, and if I hit this, I am getting user ID 7. Why I am getting this? As you see, I define and wrote here, which is getting the user ID here. So this is about path parameter, how you will pass path parameter to the URL. The path parameter are part of the URL path. You use them to pass important information in link itself. So in this case, in this example, we are passing the user ID 7 to this path parameter, and then this method, this function calls. When this function calls, we are getting user ID 7 here. So this user ID is dynamic. This user ID is dynamic value. It is used when the values is required. I hope this will make sense for you. So the next one is, what is query parameter? So query parameter comes after the question symbol in a URL. They are used when you want to pass optional data in URL. So what is query parameter? Query parameter comes after the question symbol in a URL. They are used when you want to pass optional data. Let's understand this with the help of code. I I hope till now please everything is okay. If any doubt till now, please comment it. I am here to solve your any doubt, any problem related fast API concepts. So don't forget to subscribe and like, share with your friends. This will return what? This will return a dictionary name, 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 and another one is price. Name and price. This is price. So guys, till now I create another route. This route uses name and price. Both values are not in the path, they are. Let's to test this search route. Search not found. Search missing error query name message field required input. So this route will accept name and price. That's why I am getting this type missing query name message field required input null type missing query price message field. So after this question mark, the name, after the question mark, I am going to pass query parameters. So the name is, let's say, book, and the next one is price. Price, let's say 300. So if I hit this again, I am getting name book, price 300. So in this way you will pass your query parameter, and query parameter comes after the question symbol in a URL. They are used when you want to pass optional data. So in this URL we are going to search the book with price 300 using query parameter. So I hope you are clear about this route. This route basically accept the name and the price like this, and here you notice this. On search there is nothing. Let me clear. On search there is nothing. Both are after the question mark, after the question symbol. FastAPI automatically reads name and price. So I hope you will clear about this. Let me repeat the step which I take. From FastAPI import FastAPI, we import FastAPI. After that, what I did here on this line starts our API app on 8000 port. This is running on 8000 port. So this line starts our API app. After that we create two routes. One is for the path parameter and one is for query parameter. The path parameter we did it with the help of example, as well as for the query parameter as well. So now it's time to combine both query parameter and path. So for that I am going to create another route. This is also using get method. Products, and this will accept product ID. Def get underscore product ID, and the data type of product ID is int, and the next one is show details, and the type of this is bool, and the value is by default false. After that, so return what the product ID as well as show details. So this route will return us these two, product ID and show details. And what this route will use what? Product ID. So how this route will work? The product ID is in the path. We are going to pass some product ID as a path parameter. Then the show details. This is an optional in the query parameter. So by default, this show details will, the data type is bool and by default is false. So we assign the value of show details by default false. So I am going to clear this products. After that I am going to pass 7 or 8, the product ID not found. Let me save this products, and then let me note, and then save this again. Now everything is okay. Let me save this. Our app is now working fine. So this is the pattern to create a route. On products, this will accept product ID. Let me hit one more time, not found. If I pass the product ID 8, I am getting product ID 8, show details false. Because show details is false, by default the value of show detail is false as a boolean data type. So if I pass the query parameter show details true, as you see I am getting show details true. So in this way you will pass path parameter as well as query parameter at the same time. So query parameter is an optional. If I clear this, query parameter is an optional and we pass the path parameter. I hope this will make sense for you. So the assignment or homework of class 3 is create a get route like student ID, use path parameter ID, return message student ID is something like 10. Another one, create another get route, student details, user use query parameter name and age. Return message like student name is your own name and age is your own age. And the third one is combine both in student info ID with a query param city. Example, student info 10, city Lahore, return student 10 is from Lahore. So I hope you are clear about all these simple, and we cover all concept in this class. So I hope you will easily attempt these three task assignments or homework. So if any problem, I am here to solve your problem. Please don't copy paste, guys. Do it yourself to learn FastAPI. In this way you will learn FastAPI. So please, all these three questions with code, commit it. I will see each and every student in comment. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to class 4 of our FastAPI series. In the last 3 classes, you learned how to build FastAPI routes, use get and post methods, send data using path and query parameters. So today we will revise the old lectures first and then learn a new concept: how to send data inside the body of a post request using Python tech models. And all the previous classes video tutorial is uploaded in this list. FastAPI for complete beginner friendly course. If you are new on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and like. Let's start today class how to send data inside the body of post request using Python tech models. Before going to start the today class, I want to repeat you. I want to revise the last 3 classes core concept. In our first class, we learn what is FastAPI. The FastAPI is a Python-based web framework for building APIs. It is a fast, easy, and automatically creates documentation, and used by Netflix, Uber, and Microsoft. These are the companies which are using FastAPI. So why FastAPI is important nowadays? FastAPI is fast, easy, and automatically creates documentation to test your APIs, as well as this is the fast and easy. In machine learning and AI, we are using the FastAPI most of the time to build our APIs for the models, to use models. So in class 2 we learn routes and requests. This is the class 1, class 2. In class 2 I give a simple assignment to my students to solve this, to learn FastAPI. And in class 3, this is the class 3, let me show you, we learn what is path parameter. Path parameter are part of the URL path. You use them to pass important information in the link itself. Then we learn query parameter. Query parameter comes after the question symbol in a URL. They are used when you want to pass optional data. And we create some routes to implement path parameter and query parameter using FastAPI. Then I assign a simple assignment to my students, create a get route student and take ID on this route, and then create another get route for student details and combine both student info ID with a query param in 3. So the path parameter inside the URL, user will provide some data. For the student ID, create a get route student for the student 10. Then you will pass the ID of 10 on this route. This will give you student ID is 10. So query parameter after the question mark, like in our example, we create a simple route with search, and after the question mark we are going to search the name Ali with price some 200, let's say. So to combine this we learn this. I hope all the students did your assignments. So today's topic is request body with Pydantic. When you use a post request, the data is usually sent in the body, not in the URL. Guys, please note this point. When you use a post request, we have a get and post method of HTTP, and when you use post method, here are all are the get, and let me show you here this is the post. When you use a post request, the data is usually sent in the body, not in the URL. To validate and manage this data, we use Pydantic models. So what is the use of Pydantic model? Pydantic model is used to validate and manage data which comes from the post request from the user end. So when you use a post request, the data is usually sent in the body, not in the URL. First point. Another one, when you post a request, when you send some data in the post request, you need to validate and manage this data. We use Pydantic models of FastAPI. So let's going to create a simple class. Inside this I am going to create a class with name class 4.py, and here to apply Pydantic I am going to import from Pydantic import base model. Base model basically help us to create a data structure for validation. What the base model help us to create a data structure for validation. So from FastAPI import FastAPI So I am going to create a request model here, class user. From base model I am going to inherit this user class from base model class of Pydantic, and here I am going to assign name. The type of name will be str, then age type is int, and then email type is str. So here we define a model called user. It accepts three fields: name, age, and email. So here what we did, we create a model with name user, which will inherit from this base model class of Python tag. And in this model we have three fields: name, age, and email. So it's time to create a post request to accept the body data. So for that, app.route create user, and we have to enclose this. This is our post, not get def, create user, and we are passing user and user, return first message user created successfully. After that, name, and I am passing user.name. After that, age, user.age, and then email, user.email. Let me zoom in to see each and everything clear. So guys, here in this code, let me explain you. On this line, this user and user, this one, this means that FastAPI will automatically read the body and validate it using the user model. Using this line tells the FastAPI will automatically read the body and validate it using the user model. That's why we define here user. We are passing user. This is the model user, and this is the user, dating each and the name and age and email. So FastAPI will automatically read the body and validate it using the user model. You don't need to manually check fields. This will done by Python tag. And if you forget a field or give wrong type, FastAPI will show an error. So it's time to test this route in our Swagger documentation. Let me run this. First of all, I am going to activate my virtual environment. The virtual environment name is venv. cd venv script activate. Go back. So now I am in this core FastAPI. Clear this UV core. Our app name is class 4 and app reload. Let me run this. Our app is running on this IP address, and the port is 8000. As you see, when I open this in browser, detail not found. And if I go to docs, first API Swagger UI documentation, you see in this app we have only one endpoint with HTTP method post. The route name is create user. So to test this, what we need, we are going to click on this tree, try it out, and as you